on a dusty pane, a ghost. I can almost taste the scent of rain on summer asphalt. A fleeting sweet decay returns me to that crooked street and a life lived in a day. We spoke in borrowed poetry, our laughter a fragile art, building empires of metaphor to house a trembling heart. And oh, the cruel cartography of time that charts the paths we lose, a faded map of whispered vows in melancholy hues. The stars in different auditors to promises we swore, now just a silent silver dust on a forgotten shore. This love, a grand and broken verse, I read and read alone, a beautiful, impossible ache etched into my bones. Fractured light that afternoon we slept, the sun a clumsy artist spilling gold where dust motes wept. Your fingers trace the constellations there upon my skin, a silent cartographer of all the places I had been. We were a language of our own, a lexicon of sighs with silent secret meanings in the meeting of our eyes. And oh, the cruel cartography of time that charts the paths we lose, a faded map of whispered vows and mellow hues. The stars in different auditors to promises we swore, now just a silent silver dust on a forgotten shore. This love, a grand and broken verse, I read and reread alone, a beautiful, impossible ache etched into my bone. They say that memory's a liar, a painter of the truth, that glosses over bitterness and the carelessness of youth. But I prefer the fiction, this embellished sad design, where for a fleeting perfect moment you were truly mine. So let the years like water wear the sharpness from the stone. I'll keep this echo of an echo in a chamber of my own, a portrait in a fading light, a scent of summer rain, a beautiful, impossible ache, a sweet and solemn pain.
It does not arrive with thunder or with haste. the slow and deliberate decay of certainty, a patient silver taste of salt and silence at the close of day. It moves without a body or a sound, a quiet and a soft invasion sent to claim the tired harbor and the ground on some inscrutable and high intent. The ships like ghosts dissolve into the grave, their lonely horns a long and mournful plea. The hard edge of the world just melts away, and the known land becomes the unknown sea. And this is the theology of fog, a quiet gospel preached without a word, the patient gray and holy monograph that says the sharpest truths are best when blurred. It is an amnesty, a deep reprieve from all the stark and painful clarity, a gentle and a common right to leave the brutal architecture of reality. The gulls fall silent, trusting in its grace. They disappear into the soft abyss. The lighthouse beam, now lost in time and space, is just a faint and unrequited kiss against a wall of universal white. The town is gone, its little vanities, its urgent signs, its reassuring light, are lost to these serene infinities. We are afloat now, every single soul, an island in a sea of pure conjecture. The fog has made the broken pieces whole by ruining the local architecture. And this is the theology of fog, a quiet gospel preached without a word, the patient gray and holy monograph that says the sharpest truths are best when blurred. It is an amnesty, a deep reprieve from all the stark and painful clarity, a gentle and a common right to leave the brutal architecture of reality. To lose your bearings is to find your peace, to let the known world vanish from your sight is not a terror but a sweet release, a sacred and a solitary right. It asks for nothing and it takes it all, the harbor and the headland and the hill. It answers to no higher urgent call. It is obedient only to the still, the great erasure, perfect and benign. The world is gone and what is left is fine. This quiet faith, this theology is mine. and yours divine.
Just some hungry boys from a dirty poor town, making a noise to turn the world upside down. All you needed then was a guitar and a dream, and a hunger to be part of the great machine. They put your picture in the papers, they put your voice on the air, made you think that what you had to say was more than just hot air. And they build you a tin god on a stage of painted wood, sell the screaming children something misunderstood. They polish up your halo and they sanctify your head, but the bloke inside the statue was never really there. No, the man inside the tin god doesn't even care. Then the thinkers and the drinkers all start to write it down. Meaning of a pop song in a cap and a gown. They're looking for a message in a simple 3-chord trick that we wrote in half an hour, 'cause the old one made us sick. They call you a messiah, they call you a fake, they'll call you anything that gives their little pens a shake. Something misunderstood. They polish up your halo and they sanctify your head, but the bloke inside the statue was never really there. No, the man inside the tin god doesn't even care. And I played the part, you know, I wore the bloody crown, wrote a few nice words about knocking it all down. But a slogan ain't a sermon, and a hit ain't the truth. It's just the sound of a jukebox stealing your youth. Yeah, tin god with tinfoil wings, and a list of all the plastic stupid things. He sings just some chords and a haircut and a suit. So what's the truth? There's nothing to it. It's just a racket. Don't get me started.
outside is careless with its hours. It spends them freely, lets them drift and fade. But in this room of slow and patient powers, a stricter, finer measurement is made. My loop, a third eye, finds the smallest flaw, a speck of dust, a microscopic bird. I operate outside of nature's law, a quiet and devoted connoisseur of moments here beneath my steady hands. A universe of gears and jewels sleeps, a tiny heart that beats and understands the solemn, steady promise that it keeps. And I am a priest in a mechanical church. My litany is the escapement's beat. I'm in a constant and a hopeful search for the perfect, clean, and elegant retreat of the palate fork, the ticking of the soul, the gentle capture and the swift release. My patient job is making moments whole and giving measured time of fragile peace. The mainspring holds a coiled and waiting strength, a stored potential, a metallic will. I know its temper and its proper length, the art of winding it and holding still. This is a discipline of focused breath, a fight against the entropy and rust, a tiny constant argument with death in the divinity of what is just and accurate. The hands I set are true. They do not judge the time they represent. They only show the passing of the new, a quiet and relentless testament. And I am a priest in a mechanical church. My litany is the escapement's beat. I'm in a constant and a hopeful search for the perfect, clean, and elegant retreat of the palate fork, the ticking of the soul, the gentle capture and the swift release. My patient job is making moments whole and giving measured time of fragile peace. To build a cage for something you can't see, to give a shape to what will always run, is a defiant act of lunacy beneath an unforgiving dying sun. The final screw is turned, the case is closed. I hold the finished work against my ear. The steady, quiet pulse I have imposed is the only music that I need to hear. The second hand begins its graceful sweep, a promise that the gears will always keep while all the careless world is fast asleep. So deep, the gears will keep so deep. So deep. and chalk. Across the floorboard the day is old. Learn the rhythm of the buildings talk, the way it settles when the air gets cold. I know the sound of every passing car, the cadence of the neighbor's homeward feet. I have become a patient registrar of all the life that happens on this street. This is the science of the long, slow wait, to learn the world in perfect miniature, to find a kind of solace in a state of undefined and infinite defer. I'm keeping a secular vigil, a silent watch for what I cannot name. My faith is in the constant and the cyclical, the burning down and rising of the flame. I am a harbor, I am the tide, I am the patience of the growing stone. There is a universe that lives inside the quiet dedication of being alone. The evening comes and brings the smell of rain. The streetlights hum and cast a lonely glow. I watch the water streak the window pane and trace the paths where all the droplets go. I'm not imprisoned, I am not in chains. This is a choice, a discipline of soul, to know that in the stillness what remains is the one honest thing that makes me whole. The world believes in motion and in speed, in destinations and the finish line. But I am planting a much stranger seed, a trust in the deliberate slow design. And I am keeping a secular vigil, a silent watch for what I cannot name. My faith is in the constant and the cyclical, the burning down and rising of the flame. I am a harbor and I am the tide, I am the patience of the growing stone. There is a universe that lives inside the quiet dedication of being alone. To wait is not an absence of an act, it is an occupation of its own, a quiet and defiant solemn pact between the future and the great unknown. The headlights sweep across the ceiling now, the final traffic starts to fade and cease. I make a silent and devoted bow to the authority of inner peace. peace. The vigil continues steadfast and benign. The watch is kept, the signal will be fine. The weight itself has become divine.
Thick and gold, and laid a perfect square upon the floor. A story that is ordinary and silent to its very patient core. And in that light a universe expands, a billion motes of dust in silent flight, like tiny, long-forgotten, distant lands. A galaxy made visible by light. I watch them drift and swirl, a lazy grace, each one a history of fallen star. The secret slow ballet of time and space, revealing everything for what we are. And this is the cosmology of a quiet room, the metaphysics of the afternoon. To see the planets spinning to their doom beneath the silent witness of the moonlight dust. There is no need to search the endless sky. The greatest truths are humble, small and near. They teach the profound and simple art of why the universe is now and we are here. A distant siren wails a passing car. The world outside provides a steady hum, but in this room each speck's a seminar on where we're going and on where we're from. That one, a fleck of ash from ancient fire, and that a grain of pollen from the spring. The sum of every failure and desire, the dust of every broken, beautiful thing. They do not hurry, for they have no goal. They simply are in this cathedral space. gestures and the deafening sound, when all we need to truly understand is floating in the quiet all around. The sunbeam shifts, the planets disappear, the vision closes, and the dust is dust. The lesson for a moment is made clear in this brief, sacred and unspoken trust. The room grows dim, the lecture's at its end. The quiet truth, my oldest, dearest friend, the universe is here. Let us attend.
I sent an emissary to the past tonight, a quiet delegate with terms of peace, to find that foolish boy so full of fight, and offer him a merciful release. He lives within a room I've long since left, and argues points that have been lost and won. Of every certainty he is bereft, beneath the harsh and unforgiving sun. He wears my face, but wears it thin and tight, a mask of desperate and untested pride. He does not know that he is wrong and right, with all the contradictions held inside. And I have come to sign a treaty now, with the impassioned ghost of who I was, to gently touch his fever-stricken brow, and grant him pardon simply just because he does not need my wisdom or my scorn. He only needs to know that he'll survive, that all the ragged grief that he has worn is the same soil in which the strong roots thrive. I read his letters penned in anxious ink, the grand pronouncements and the crippling doubt, the chasms he would leap without a think, the simple truths he could not live without. And yet we're wrong, oh how he burned so bright, a fire meant to cauterize his fear. He mistook cleverness for inner light, and held the ones who loved him far too near, then pushed them far away. He was a fool, the kind of fool the universe requires, a necessary and a clumsy tool to
to burn away his juvenile desires. And I have come to sign a treaty now with the impassioned ghost of who I was, to gently touch his fever-stricken brow and grant him pardon simply just because he does not need my wisdom or my scorn. He only needs to know that he'll survive, that all the ragged grief that he has worn is the same soil in which the strong roots thrive. To forgive another is a simple art, a magnanimity for public view. But to forgive the architect of your own heart is the long, lonely work we're called to do. The emissary has returned to me. The treaty signed, the boy has been addressed. The past is now a kinder country, and the exhausted, foolish child can rest. I lay my pen down, the ghost is finally free, and in his absolution, so am I. It is a quiet, final victory beneath a calm and an observant sky.
The city sleeps a slow and even tide. The last of the late traffic ebbs away, and in the quiet, the great divide appears between the closing of the day and me. The passport has been revoked again to the familiar country of the dream. I am an exile, a lone citizen of a much darker and a stranger scheme. The moon, a customs agent, cool and white, just waves me through to the long waiting hours, and I begin my pilgrimage tonight through silent streets and sleeping concrete towers. And I am a native of this second country, this quiet, empty kingdom of the night, where every thought is sharp as sentry in the unforgiving and impartial light of consciousness. I know its roads by heart, the lonely landscapes of the wide awake. I watch the sleeping world a thing apart and wait for a dawn that takes its time to break. house makes noises I don't hear by day, a language of complaint from wood and pipe. The shadows rearrange themselves and play, a silent film of strange and archetypal drama on the walls. My own loud breath is a companion that I've learned to trust. I am on intimate and in easy terms with death and all the other quiet forms of dust. My mind, a restless engine, will not cease. It audits all my failures and my fears. It offers no surrender, no release, just the accounting of the long, slow years. And I am a native of this second country, this quiet, empty kingdom of the night, where every thought is sharp as century in the unforgiving and impartial light of consciousness. I know its roads by heart, the lonely landscapes of the wide awake. I watch the sleeping world a thing apart and wait for a dawn that takes its time to break. To be an exile from a land so near, to hear its peaceful language through the wall, is a unique and solitary fear, the longest and the quietest free fall. But soon the sky will start to fade to blue. The first few birds will test a nervous note. The world of sleep will wake and start anew, a ship that's coming back to port afloat. And I, the weary watcher on the shore, will blend back in a ghost in morning's gray, and no one will know I've been here before, in the second country, just before the day, before the day.
ripples in time, each current a memory, a lost embrace, a whisper of stories, a silent soft chime. I walk on the banks where our footsteps once fell, on pebbles that gleamed in the moon's silver gleam. The air holds the ghost of a secret we tell, a fragile, forgotten, and beautiful dream. The world rushes by, a cacophony's hum, but here in this quiet, the past feels so near. A symphony plays on a forgotten drum for all of the moments that brought us right here. And the river remembers in eddies and flow the promises spoken, the laughter, the pain. It carries the sunlight, the moonlight, the snow, and sighs with the burden of love's gentle rain. This water, a mirror reflecting the years, where shadows of longing forever reside. It knows all my hopes and it knows all my fears. Where the river remembers, you're still by my side. The seasons have turned in their cyclical dance, from vibrant green summer to winter stark white, but etched in the depths of my soul's tender trance is the warmth of your hand in the fading daylight. I cast in the currents a wish on the breeze for just one more moment, a glance or a sigh, to rest neath the shade of these whispering trees and watch the horizon where distant birds fly. The silence expands like a breath held too long, a poignant reminder of what used to be, a bittersweet ache, a half-finished song that flows through the river eternally free. And the river remembers in eddies and flow the promises spoken, the laughter, the pain. It carries the sunlight, the moonlight, the snow, and sighs with the burden of love's gentle rain. This water, a mirror reflecting the years, where shadows of longing forever reside. It knows all my hopes and it knows all my fears. Where the river remembers, you're still by my side. They say time heals all like a balm on the soul, but some wounds are rivers that endlessly run. They carve through the landscape and make us less whole beneath the cold gaze of the indifferent sun. So I'll sit by the water as twilight descends and listen to stories the river imparts.
The porcelain cup with a hairline crack that no one else can see, but I can feel. I trace the line and gently press it back. A tiny, fragile prayer to make it heal. The floorboard that complains with a soft sigh. I've learned to step around it in the dark. The lonely rose bush that I thought would die, that I coaxed back to life with whispered talk. These are the labors of the quiet hours, the silent, thankless work that no one sees. A war waged not with armies, but with flowers, against the slow erosion of the breeze. And this is a small repairs, the invisible stitches in the fraying cloth, the patient answer to my anxious prayers, a stubborn faith against the coming moth. Just the profound and simple thing I ask, to hold the beautiful before it dies. smooth the worry from your sleeping brow. A crease that wasn't there a year ago. A silent and unconscious solemn vow to guard the gentle place from which you grow. I mend the awkward silence in a phrase. With careful words a bridge across the space. Recalling all our better, warmer days. To bring the softness back into this place. For love is not a monument of stone. It's a trajectory of constant care. A garden that is daily newly sown and tended with a hope that borders prayer. And this is a litany of small repairs. The invisible stitches in the fraying claws, the patient answer to my anxious prayers, a stubborn faith against the coming moth. There is no glory in this endless task, no grand applause, no final lasting prize, just the profound and simple thing I ask, to hold the beautiful before it dies. The universe believes in entropy, the slow decline, the coming of the dust. But all my work is done in mutiny.
The morning light is honest and severe. It finds the dust and all the things undone. The aftermath of last night's atmosphere of borrowed joy and loosely guarded fun. The plates are stacked, the wine glasses are drained, the chairs are pushed back at chaotic angles. But on the old wood table, what has remained is a faint map of beautiful new tangles. A series of pale circles left by glasses, overlapping, perfect and unplanned. The quiet archives of the time that passes, a language I can deeply understand. This is the Cartography of Rings, the ghost of laughter and of condensation, the silent evidence of fleeting things, a testament to brief congregations. Each circle is a story and a space where for a moment someone felt at ease, a temporary and a holy place made of shared silence, water, This one here, a solitary isle, was where you sat and listened for a while. And these two linked a figure eight of trust, were our two glasses in the evening dust of conversation here, a scattered group, a constellation of a shared debate, a messy, happy, and chaotic glue of arguments on love and art and fate. I run my finger on the faded line, a temporary scar upon the grain, less a destruction, more a sacred sign, a welcome haunting of a pleasant pain. This is the Cartography of Rings, the ghost of laughter and of condensation, the silent evidence of fleeting things, a testament to brief congregations. Each circle is a story and a space where for a moment someone felt at ease, a temporary and a holy place made of shared silence, water, wood, and peace. To know that joy's own residue is faint, a breath of mist upon a window pane. It makes a lovely and a sad complaint against the thought that nothing will remain. I take a cloth to wipe the table clean, to erase the map of where we all have been. The ghosts recede into the polished sheen, and the wood is ready to begin again. But I will remember, I will know the cost of a beauty made and a beauty lost, the perfect circles, the welcome frost. I will remember what the water crossed.
The stream rewrites its scripture on the glass. The wind a choir of forgotten songs. I watch the distant mainland seasons pass from the patient pulpit of my lonely calm. My world is measured in the turning light, a faithful orbit, a predictable design, a promise made against the coming night, both a salvation and a prison of mine. The sea below, a ledger dark and deep, it holds the stories of the ships it saves. It knows the secrets that the sailors keep and sings them to the lonely, weeping waves. And I am just a keeper of night a liner like a galaxy sailed past my rock, a universe of sound. I saw the dancers wild and fancy free, 1,000 lives on consecrated ground. For one brief moment our two orbits met, my steadfast light, their fleeting bright array, a silent greeting, a profound vignette, before the darkness swept them all away. I do not envy them their wine and song, I do not crave their laughter or their tears, I just observe where I have belonged for all these quiet and monastic years. For I am just a keeper of the flame, a lonely footnote on a page of sea. The ships all call the lighthouse by its name, but no one ever knows the name of me. I chart the weather in a leather book, the shifting tides, the phases of the moon. I give the darkness one long searching look and hum a solitary wordless tune, to be a warning, to be a steady guide, to ask for nothing, not a single prayer, to find a purpose where the lost ships ride, and know your meaning is in being there. The wick is trim, the oil is fresh and clean, the sun surrenders in a wash of gray, another chapter in a life unseen, to keep the monsters of the deep at bay. The great light turns a slow and sweeping hand upon the sea, upon the land. The ledger closes, I
The storm was brief, a fit of summer rage, a sudden, violent turning of the page. The sky a moment's argument of gray has now moved on and let the light have way. The world is washed, the colors are renewed, the leaves are heavy, dripping with a sheen of liquid diamonds generously skewed.
The air is scrubbed, impossibly clean, and from the ground a scent begins to rise, from thirsty dust, from asphalt and from stone. A quiet and a deeply old surprise, a memory the very earth has known. And oh, the petrichor, that ancient sweet perfume, the patient conversation of the rain and dust, a cleansing absolution from the gloom, a momentary and a sacred trust. It is the smell of memory and grace, the smell of all that's dormant coming free, the quiet, deep exhalation of a place restored to its most true identity. The birds begin to test a single note, a tentative and questioning refrain, a final droplet from the gutter's throat falls to a puddle and expands again. In perfect circles, all the city's heat has been defeated for a little while. The stillness settles on the lonely street, a thoughtful and a half-forgotten smile. This is a piece that can't be bought or won. It is a gift that follows from the noise, a quiet truce when all is said and done, a moment of magnificent compoise. And oh, the petrichor, that ancient sweet perfume, the patient conversation of the rain and dust, a cleansing absolution from the gloom, a momentary and a sacred trust. It is the smell of memory and grace, the smell of all that's dormant coming free, the quiet, deep exhalation of a place restored to its most true identity. To think a thing as simple as the dust could hold a scent this potent and this deep, a stored potential waiting to be thrust into the world, awakened from its sleep. I breathe it in, this elemental prayer, this exhalation of the grateful ground, a story told upon the humid air, the purest and the most primeval sound is not a sound at all, but is a sense of all that's broken and of all that's meant to be renewed. The storm is gone, is spent, and all is quiet, and I am content. I am content.
longing for the past, a homesickness for memories you will let. The funny to call the name that was given to go. Never been left away, should have been the good you're gonna put up the There's a postmark from Vienna, a letter from the war, a pressed and brittle wildflower I've never seen before. He writes about the weather and the slowness of the day, and in his careful cursive I can almost feel his gaze. I imagine their small kitchen, the ticking of the clock, the specific gentle rhythm of a key turning in the lock. These lives are not a story, they are not a book I've read. They are a phantom country I inhabit in my head. And they call this Anemoia, this longing for the past, a homesickness for memories you were never meant to have. It's a beautiful delusion, a ghost within the heart, to miss a world you've only ever known in works of art. I am a sentimental thief, a guest who's overstayed in the faded borrowed sunshine of a life another Perhaps we are all vessels for the lives that came before, and echoes of their joy and grief still wash upon our shore, and a stranger's gentle sorrow in a faded photograph is just a different version of our own unfinished half. The rain is stopping now, the market's closing down. I leave them to their silent sleep in this forgotten town, but I will carry them inside me, a quiet secret ache, for the sake of a memory, for never may see, for a past I never earned and a heart I cannot break.
The sky is now the color of a bruise, a heavy, silent, violet tinted gray. The birds have stopped broadcasting their good news and found a safer place to spend the day. The traffic seems to have a different sound, a muted and apologetic hum. The very air is waiting, still and profound, for what it knows is surely going to come. The leaves upon the sycamore turn, showing their pale and silver undersides. a lesson that the wind has not unlearned, a secret that the coming weather hides, and you can taste the ozone on the breeze, a clean and electric and metallic bite, a charge that runs between the nervous trees in the strange and sudden absence of the light. The world is holding a collective breath, a final quiet moment of suspense, a beautiful and temporary death of all the loud and common evidence of life. A single drop of rain, a perfect sphere, lands on the pavement with a dark report, a lonely proclamation stark and clear, a messenger of a forgotten sort. The flags upon the courthouse hang down limp, surrendered to the agonizing weight. The world is now a photographic print, developing in a chemical state, and on the horizon a flicker of the vein, a silent signal of the coming war. Between the stillness and the violent rain that's knocking now upon the sky's back door, and you can taste the ozone on the breeze, a clean and electric and metallic bite, a charge that runs between the nervous trees in the strange and sudden absence of the light. The world is holding a collective breath, a final quiet moment of suspense, a beautiful and temporary death of all the loud and common evidence of life. There is a strange permission in this pause, a sacred interval before the break, to be outside the customary laws for one deliberate and final take, the first real thunder, a deep and distant drum. The page is turning, now the wait is done. The spell is broken, let the wildness come. Here it comes. Here
pale and thin. The city plays a symphony of silly distant dims. The coffee's drawing circles, a brown and sleepy sigh for all the clumsy hurried words the world is passing by. We don't have to listen, we don't have to play along. We found a different frequency where we can both belong. And in the dead air between us, a truer signal's found. A quiet little broadcast from the heart of this strange town. It doesn't have a message, it doesn't have a name, just the gentle, steady humming of our lovely little game. And I would rather be here in the static and the grace than anywhere that's clear and in its proper place. A photograph that's fading in reverse, a beautiful and simple and a complicated verse. I don't need you to explain them, I don't need to understand. I can feel them in the tiny little movements of your hand. The world wants a confession, a headline and a plea, but that's a different language for a different you and me. 'Cause in the dead air between us, a truer signal's found. A quiet little broadcast from the heart of this strange town. It doesn't have a message, it doesn't have a name, just the gentle, steady humming of our lovely little game. And I would rather be here in the static and the grace than anywhere that's clear and in its proper place. And maybe we're a radio that's stuck between the stations, just catching little fragments of forgotten conversations. I don't want to turn the dial, I don't want to make it clear, 'cause the beautiful confusion is the reason that you're here. Just the dead air, our dead air. I can hear it everywhere, humming in the dead air.
narrative for him right there. From faded jeans and a rebellious lock of windswept hair. Is he leaving or does he wait for someone's late return? A hopeful sign. I'll never know the ending or his fate. His story briefly intersects with mine. We are but ghosts to one another then. A fleeting glimpse, a figure in a frame. We build our worlds and tear them down again, and never even know each other's name. And this is a nocturne for the passing train, a quiet ode to lives I'll never meet, a bittersweet and momentary pain for all the beauty that is incomplete. To see a world so intimate and far, to feel a kinship with a stranger's light, then disappear, a brief and lonely star, pulled ever onward by the hungry night. Perhaps the meaning isn't in the state, but in the motion, in the letting go, the quiet recognition on the way that we are all a part of the same flow. A thousand threads of yearning and of grace woven together in a grand design. The whistle cries a long and mournful sound. Another town, another string of pearls. My own reflection on the glass is drowned by all the beauty of these other worlds. A nocturne for the lonely and the vast. This moment's here. This moment's already past.
The stone does not resist, it merely waits. It knows the wind's conviction is devout. A patient siege outside the city gate. A form of faith that wears the stubborn out. The wind requires no hammer and no blade. Its only tool is endless repetition. A slow and tireless grinding engine of attrition. It works on a cathedral time scale, vast and seeks no audience for its great art. It carves the future by erasing the past and finds the softest places in the heart of stone. And this is the liturgy of wind you see, a sermon preached in particles of sand, the core belief of all geology, that only what can yield can truly stand. It is the aesthetics of subtraction taught across a patient and an arid plain. The truest beauty isn't sold or bought, but is the slow divinity of pain and loss. The arch it carves is not a victory, but a surrender, elegant and indeed, a testament to what a thing can be when it gives up the secrets it won't keep. The sun, a silent witness in the sky, begs the exposed and newly tender face. The stone endures the question of the why with a stoic and deliberate grace. It does not mourn the parts that it has lost. It wears its new form on a stance of this morning, the world was in a box. People shouting headlines from their electric rocks. The man on the telly, he's selling packaged fear. Tells you who to hate this time and who to hold dear. Staring at the glass all day, the news that never ends. Forgetting the face of your family and your friends. Yeah, you're reading the glass newspaper and you're swallowing all of the ink. You think you're a player, a real world shaker, but you've forgotten how to think. The only news I need today is the way the sun shines on your face. Phonies in the government, jokers in the press, all playing a game of chess and leaving us the mess. Talking about the borders and the lines upon the map, while a mother somewhere else can't feed the baby in her lap. We're fighting over colors and we're fighting over flags. Just a bunch of scared little boys in bigger, bigger bags. Yeah, you're reading the glass newspaper and you're swallowing all of the ink. You think you're a player, a real world shaker, but you've forgotten how to think. The only news I need today is the way the sun shines on your face. They tell you you're the left wing, or they tell you you're the right, just so you won't see you're just a brother in the night. We're all just people, baby, made of blood and bone, and most of us just wanna be left bloody well alone. So turn it off just for a minute. The world is still out there, you're still in it. The only headline is love, you gotta begin it. Yeah, the only news is you and me in it. That's the truth. Peace.
It started in the quiet of the grey, an afterthought of the November sky. Not as a storm, but in a hesitant way. A single fragile and apologetic spy. But now the spies have gathered to a crowd. A silent, slow and purposeful descent. They've built a kingdom humble and unbowed, on every railing, roof and monument. The world I knew this morning is erased, its sharp and hurried edges rendered soft. A new and simpler version has been placed in the cathedral of the winter lost. retreat. The hiss of tires is a gentle shush. The distant siren is a mournful plea. The world has lost its desperate, angry rush and settled for a slower way to be. My own steps make a satisfying crunch. The only author on a page of white. I have a strange and overwhelming hunch that everything will somehow be alright. This is a peace that cannot be debated, a ceasefire that the sky has handed down, a purity that can't be complicated, the quiet coronation of the town. And the first snow brings the first true silence of the year, a quiet absolution from the ground. The city's anxious, angry voice is no longer clear. It's been lost inside a new and holy sound. It is the sound of nothing soft and deep, a blanket laid upon the tired street, a promise that the frozen world will keep, a beautiful and temporary sweet retreat, to see the world you thought you knew so well, made brand new by a simple change of phase, to fall completely underneath the spell of winter's first and most forgiving haze. The streetlights cast a soft and amber glow, illuminating diamonds in the air. There is a secret that the silent know, a quiet answer to a quiet prayer. The silence deepens, the city is asleep, the snow falls, and the promises will keep. The silence and the key, so deep.
Up all our words some years ago, not in exhaustion but a quiet choice. We let the frantic tides of chatter flow around us, a forgotten distant noise. We've spoken of the weather and the wars, we've analyzed our dreams and all our friends. We've opened all the necessary doors and found the place where conversation ends. It is not an ending born of apathy. It is not a silence built of stone and ice. It is a different kind of gravity, a language bought at more than market price. For our love is in the measure of the rest, the silent bar between the frantic notes. It's where the truest part of us invests, the unplayed music that forever floats. It's in the breath held in a crowded room, the understanding that requires no art, a quiet fire that dispels the gloom, the steady silence beating of the heart. Do you remember when the bad news came? The world dissolved into a static hum. You didn't weep, you didn't speak my name. You simply sat with me and let me be numb. Any word would have been a violence then, a clumsy tool for what the soul required. Your silence was a language of its own then, the perfect selfless comfort I desired. It built a shelter from the coming storm, a quiet testament, a sacred space. It kept my shattered spirit safe and warm, the truest mercy in the emptiest of places. For our love is in the measure of the rest, the silent bar between the frantic notes. It's where the truest part of us invests, the unplayed music that forever floats. It's in the breath held in a crowded room, the understanding that requires no art, a quiet fire that dispels the gloom, the steady silent beating of the heart. Some people fill the air for fear of space. They build a wall of sound to hide behind, but we have found a more forgiving place, a quiet sovereignty of heart and mind. The teacup clicks, the evening light grows thin, the song plays on though not a note is heard. The truest music is the one within, without a sound, without a single word, just a measure of rest. To be continued.
second-hand despair. A strange and beautiful and quiet folly, a weight of unfamiliar ancient air. It is an heirloom that was left to me, an echo in the chambers of my soul. The quiet gray-eyed ghost of history that makes me strangely softly whole. They say he loved the turning of the tide and had a talent for the violin. They say he had a universe inside of which he rarely let another in. And when I'm watching distant passing ships or feel a sudden need to be alone, is it his feeling on my modern lips, a borrowed sadness in my very bone? This is not grief, it has no cause or cure. It is a temperament, a shade of blue, a quiet way of being and of being sure that beauty is both fleeting and is true. And I walk around with my grandfather's melancholy, a sentimental second-hand despair, a strange and beautiful and quiet folly, a weight of unfamiliar ancient air. It is an heirloom that was left to me, an echo in the chambers of my soul. The quiet gray-eyed ghost of history that makes me strangely sorrowfully whole. To carry on a feeling is a trust, a fragile chain across the sea of years. To know that we are more than simple dust, we are the sum of all our forebears' tears. The afternoon is fading to the gray, the sadness leaves as softly as it came. It asks for nothing, takes nothing away, it only whispers his forgotten name. I am the keeper of his quiet plea, my grandfather's melancholy and me.
The only sound's the turning of the page, a dry and rustling reverential sigh. I am the sole guest on a silent stage, beneath a tall and dusty watchful eye of a grand clock that's long since given in. The air is thick with vanillin and thought. the sweet decay of where the words begin, and where the quiet, patient battles fought by minds now dust arresting, bound in calf. I cradle a book from 1703, a silent witness and an epitaph that's condescended to converse with me. And oh, the sacred quiet of this room, this silent dormitory for the dead, a patient triumph over time and tomb, where every sleeping author lifts his head. I am a visitor, a welcome guest, inhaling the theology of dust, putting the half-life of a mind to test in a profound and temporary trust. The vellum's cooled beneath my careful hand. It holds the ghost of some forgotten light, a watermark from a forgotten land, a world that's vanished into endless night. And here annotation faint and fine, a reader's argument, a whispered note, left centuries ago on just one line. A fellow traveler I will never know, but in this moment we are close as kin. Across the chasm of the years between, the private world the book has locked us in, a secret shared and intellectual scene. And oh, the sacred quiet of this room, this silent dormitory for the dead, a patient triumph over time and tomb, where every sleeping author lifts his head. I am a visitor, a welcome guest, inhaling the theology of dust, putting the half-life of a mind to test in a profound and temporary trust. To know a mind is still alive and whole, contained within the prison of its script, and For a moment, let that sleeping soul speak directly from its fingertip to my fingertip. The librarian has nodded, it is time. I close the cover with a gentle sound. I leave the resonant, the steep, the sublime, safe in its quiet and protected ground. I leave the vellum, I leave the vanillin. The world outside is loud and sharp and new, but I am changed by where I've lately been. A conversation with the lost and true, and few so true.
Against the flat and undisputed gray of an indifferent and a tired sky, the relics of a long forgotten day are where the childhood dreams have gone to die. A flock of kites, a cemetery of cloth, tangled in power lines, a messy scrawl, defying gravity and time and moth, and waiting for a wind that cannot call them home. This one, a dragon, red and gold, its tail a tattered, melancholy spine. Its epic soaring story has been told, now caught within a geometric line. And they hang in a tattered majesty, the brightly colored ghosts of afternoons, a quiet and a sad cartography of broken strings and half-forgotten tunes. They are the monuments to letting go, the prisoners of a single tangled chance, a strange and accidental art show of a beautiful and failed aerial dance. I see the child who held the plastic thread, whose knuckles whitened as the kite took flight. I feel the sudden quick and rising dread. That afternoon they lost it to the height. They must have watched it fall and dip and swerve, a final panic, desperate ballet, to snag upon the unforgiving curve of wires that were simply in the way. And now it is a part of anew, a landmark only I would stop to see, a silent and a brightly colored fruit upon a barren and electric tree. And they hang in a tattered majesty, the brightly colored ghosts of afternoons, a quiet and a sad cartography of broken strings and half-forgotten tunes. They are the monuments to letting go, the prisoners of a single tangled chance, a strange and accidental art show of a beautiful and failed aerial dance. To be so close to freedom and to fall, but not to fall completely to the ground, to be a permanent and public call to all the lovely things that can't be found again. Up and makes
against the plastic flap, a weak and weary rustling complaint. A prisoner in a utilitarian trap, a faded and a long forgotten saint. They do not move, they only fade and tear, a silent testament to being there, a tattered majesty, a whispered prayer, caught in the ordinary air. The air.
Patient to give a wonder-eyed idea home, to know the battle that the author fought and bind it safely, nevermore to roam. The cover closes with a solid sound, the final word on which the work depends. A universe is now securely bound. The ritual is over, the process ends. He lifts his head and sees the fading day, and joins the world he'd held so long at bay. The book remains, the rest just falls away.
The house is sleeping, but my mind is loud. The meditation editor looks on. I sit before the life inside the throat in hybridity. UDDC side by dawn. Is that a flood of variating systems? I searching for
ticks out a rhythm of regret for all the perfect words I didn't find, a lexicon of things I
yet are tangled like dead branches in my mind. But sometimes in the quiet desperation, a single tender unexpected shoot breaks through the soil of my hesitation, a strange and lovely and resilient root. It isn't grand, it isn't what I planned, but it is real and breathes the midnight air, a truth I can hold in my trembling hand, a silent answer to a silent prayer. I am the arborist of empty pages, tending to a forest that's unseen. I live my life between the silent stages of what is said and what the silence means. I search for sunlight in the ink-starred grain. I pray for roots to anchor in the white. I am a lonely God who makes it rain with all his doubt throughout the endless night. To cultivate a garden from your soul, to know its weeds, to know its rarest flowers, to give away what you cannot control and bless the lonely, terrifying hours. The sun ascends, a slow and amber stain. The world outside begins to stir and speak. And on the page, a testament to pain and hope, a single leaf upon my cheek. The forest sleeps, the arborist is weak, but he will be here again next
Watching all the leaves turn from the kitchen window pane. I don't need to be insane again. No, my revolution's right here. Yeah. Friday morning, the kettle's on the board. Sean is building empires on the kitchen floor tile. Fantastic men are fighting some imaginary war. I don't need to fight them anymore. The ghosts of all the screaming girls are fading down the drain. just the sound of coffee and the gentle falling rain. And the world can have the headlines, the madness and the fuss, 'cause the only world that's real is the little world of us. Watching all the leaves turn from the kitchen window pane, and I don't need to be insane again. No, my revolution's right here. No, my revolution's right here. Used to think I'd change the world with a guitar and a shout. Had all the bloody answers, but nothing figured out. Running round in circles for some universal plan, forgetting how to be a man. But woman, you showed me what it means to just stand still and watch the sparrows fighting on the windowsill. And the world can have the headlines, the madness and the fuss, 'cause the only world that's real is the little world of us. Watching all the leaves turn from the kitchen window pane, and I don't seem to be insane again. No, my revolution's right here. Making the toast now, beautiful boy. All the money in the world couldn't buy this simple joy. Yeah, the little things are the big things after all is said and done. Shining like the morning sun. Yeah, shining like the sun. My beautiful one. The war is over, man, it's been and done. Looking through the window, everything is clear. Yeah, everything is right here. All right.
The world is held in amber in the moments before dawn. The air, a quiet tremor, holds a breath it hasn't drawn. The streetlights cast a halo on the fog against the pane. A silent, sleeping city waits for sunlight or for rain. And in this stillness you exist, a truth I can't distill. A subtle shift in gravity, a sudden sacred thrill. All the sturdy maps I've made, the routes I thought I knew, are rendered obsolete and strange in the quiet light of you. And oh, we're living in the Cobalt Hour, the space between the darkness and the day. A feeling with a beautiful and terrifying power that one wrong move could frighten it away. This love's a thing of spun glass and of mist, too fragile to be named or understood. A dangerous and holy Eucharist that tastes of possibility and wood smoke. I was a scholar of my own defense, a fortress of my fears, my heart a guarded manuscript unread for all these years. I learned the art of solitude, the comfort of the stone, the bitter, brittle safety of a life lived all alone. But you are the turning page, the unexpected rhyme, a sudden blooming garden in the fallowness of time. You speak, and all my certainties like birds begin to rise, and I see a different history reflected in your eyes. And oh, we're living in the Cobalt Hour, the space between the darkness and the day, a feeling with a beautiful and terrifying power, that one wrong move could frighten it away. This love's a thing of spun glass and of mist, too fragile to be named or understood. A dangerous and holy Eucharist that tastes of possibility and wood smoke. Is there a word for this exquisite ache, this reverent suspense, this feeling that the world itself is only just commenced? To hand another person the geography of your soul and trust they will not break it, but will somehow make it whole. The sun is still a promise, not yet a golden flame. The world is still unwritten, and I'm whispering your name. Just let us stay suspended here outside of time's cruel vow, here in the beautiful beginning, here in the Cobalt Hour. Now
There is cool and dry and smells of time, a scent of paper, acid and regret. Each document a scene from a past crime, of being young and mortal and beset by circumstance. My gloves are clean and white,
reverence for the fragility of ink. I work beneath a solitary light and build a bridge of what the dead once think. This letter folded with a hopeful crease. The postmark bleeds a date, a century gone. A desperate and a fragile bid for peace before the silence of the coming dawn. And I am an archivist of the soul, a quiet curator of the dust and ghosts. My patient job is making spirits whole by honoring these frail and fading hosts. I'm building a catalogue of whispers, a lexicon of love and faded dread. I am the last and living listener to the long, silent dialogues of the dead. Here is a ledger with the columns straight, a merchant's careful and methodical hand, a life summed up by profit, loss, and day, a language I can barely understand. In its austerity, and here a map of lands that have a new and different name, a secret folded in a lover's lap, a single dried and tear-stained cyclamen. I do not own these stories, I'm their guest, a temporary keeper of the trust. I give their fragile bodies a safe rest and shield them from the certainty of dust. And I am an archivist of the soul, a quiet curator of the dust and ghosts. My patient job is making spirits whole by honoring these frail and fading hosts. I'm building a catalogue of whispers, a lexicon of love and faded dread. I am the last and living listener to the long, silent dialogues of the dead. To touch the paper that a dead hand touched, to see the hesitation in a line, is to have briefly, delicately clutched a life that was as real and true as mine. The box is closed, the whisper is put back, the catalog is updated and clean. Another soul upon a silent track, a life preserved but never to be seen by eyes that knew it only me. Instead, I turn the light off, go to my own bed, and leave the quiet whispers of the dead to whisper
우리가 자주 가던 골목은 아직은 라디오 소리를 줄여 혹시 우리 노래가 나올까봐. 하지만 언젠가 나는 그 길을 웃으며 걸을 수 있겠지. 추억이 발목을 잡는 게 아니라 예쁜 풍경으로 놓아줄 수 있겠지. 언젠가 나는 너를 떠올리며 아픔이 아닌 고마움을 말하겠지. 우리가 사랑했던 시간들에 대해 후회 없이 예뻤다고 말할 수 있겠지. 물론 그게 오늘은 아닐 거야. 내일 당장 오지도 않겠지. 그래도 괜찮아. 이제는 알아. 시간은 결국 흐른다는 것을. 언젠가 나는 너의 행복을 온전한 마음으로 빌어줄 수 있겠지. 그땐 나도 아마 아주 조금은 행복이라는 걸 다시 꿈꾸겠지. 아주 먼 훗날 언젠가 나는
Dust is dancing waltzes in the lazy afternoon. We're listening to the B-side of a long forgotten tune. The shadows on the wall are drawing pictures of the trees, and the world outside is humming like a tired swarm of bees. We don't have to answer, we don't have to be on time, just committing the most perfect and the most innocent of crimes. And the sun comes through the window in a slow and syrupy way. It's the only kind of treasure that I'm ever trying to save. 'Cause the world can keep its fast cars and the world can keep its gold, as long as I have your hand to hold. And
and a story to be told. Remember when we used to run and try to make a mark? Just two little fireflies afraid of the dark. It's funny how the race is won by simply standing still upon this quiet, sun-drenched, ordinary windowsill. Your head is on my shoulder and you're breathing soft and low. We're a tiny secret garden where the quietest flowers grow. And the sun comes through the window in a slow and syrupy way. It's the only kind of treasure that I'm ever trying to save. 'Cause the world can keep its fast cars and the world can keep its gold, as long as I have your hand to hold and a story to be told. But the sun is just a visitor, I know it cannot stay. The syrup will cool down and the day will drift away. And that's what makes it beautiful, and that's what makes it true. This perfect golden hour I get to spend with you. Sun syrup pouring over you, so slow and easy. There's nothing else to do, just me and you. Sun syrup. Sirens are still wailing down on 72nd Street. Another politician selling something bittersweet. The headlines are all screaming about the war and about the drought. And my guitar is in the corner, wanting to shout. I could write a protest song, I could get up on the stage, I could shake my fist and rattle the bars of the cage. But I'm declaring a ceasefire just for a little while, between my own two ears in my own damn style. Not gonna fight the good fight, not gonna fix the news, just gonna sit right here and wear out the soles of my shoes. Yeah, this is my own ceasefire, and the only peace I've found. I've marched until my feet bled, I've screamed until I was hoarse. Believed the revolution was a wild and runaway horse. Thought if I just sang it loud enough, the walls would all fall down, and I'd be the Pied Piper of every God-forsaken town. But the walls are still standing, and I've only got one voice, and today it's telling me I've got a different choice. 'Cause I'm declaring a ceasefire just for a little while, between my own two ears in my own damn style. Not gonna fight the good fight, not gonna fix the news, just gonna sit right here and wear out the soles of my shoes. Yeah, this is my own ceasefire, and the only peace I've found.
around. The steam is rising from my cup like a little silver ghost of all the angry words and thoughts I used to love the most. It dances for a second and then it fades away, and I think I'll do the same, you know, just for today, just for today. A ceasefire, let the world keep spinning. My own ceasefire, a quiet sort of winning. Let 'em shout, I'm sitting this one out in my own ceasefire. Yeah, peace begins right here, right here. The moon is made of paper, the stars are pinned up high. A lovely little diorama someone built inside the sky. The city is a music box that's slowly winding down, and we're the tiny figures in this sleepy painted town. You trace the constellations on the condensation stain left upon the window by the cool September rain. And we are catching paper moths in the amber of the light, collecting all their dusty wings to get us through the night. It isn't much, I know it's true. It's a funny thing to do, but I like catching paper moths with you, only with you. Sounds and clocks that run too fast. It's full of people building things they never meant to last. They build their paper towers and they build their paper walls, and never see the quiet way a single paper falls. But we are building something small with paper, thread, and glue. A tiny little testament for me and for you. And we are catching paper moths in the amber of the light, collecting all their dusty wings to get us through the night. It isn't much, I know it's true. It's a funny thing to do, but I like catching paper moths with you, only with you. I know that they will fade one day, their colors turn to gray, and a careless little breeze could come and blow them all away.
But isn't that the point of it? The beauty in the tear. To love a thing that cannot promise it. It will be here in a year. Catching paper moss, a little silver dust upon your hand in this quiet land. Catching moss with you.
I stand here on this corner in the rain, a relic of a slow and bygone age. My plastic hood, a shield against the pain of being the last actor on the stage. My cord is cut, my coin slot has been sealed, my keypad's worn by fingers now long gone. The urgent stories that I once revealed are lost to the indifferent gray streak dawn. I used to be a lifeline and a link, a place for desperate and for joyful calls. Now I'm just a place for men to think and lean against my cold and silent walls. And I am a coin-operated ghost, a vessel of 1,000 last goodbyes. I hold the memories of the nearly lost, the hopeful greetings and the tear-stained lies. My ringing is a phantom in the air, a forgotten and insistent urgent plea for a connection that is no longer here, a world that has no further use for me. I remember quarters slick with nervous sweat and teenage lovers whispering their fears. The businessman drowning in his debt, the homesick student holding back the tears. I was a confessional, a private booth, a 10-pound oracle for all to use. I held the heavy burden of the truth and all the small and comforting abuse of lovers' quarrels. Now the cars rush by, each driver in a bubble of their own. They look right through me with a passing eye, an obsolete contraption made of stone. And I am a coin-operated ghost, a vessel of 1,000 last goodbyes. I hold the memories of the nearly lost, the hopeful greetings and the tear-stained lies. just a statue in this lonely place, a monument to what we used to be. The dial tone is the silence of the sea, an elegy for history.
The house is dark, the family is asleep. The only lights are mine, it's a soft glare. A quiet promise that the screen will keep suspended in the cool and waiting air. The phone line is a sacred silent thread, a fragile bridge to somewhere else unseen. The modem starts its ritual in a sad and subtle, robotic, strange machine. Begins to speak a language I have learned, a dialogue of static and of tone, a digital and lonely lesson earned by anyone who's ever felt alone. And it's a dial-up hymn, a hopeful grinding plea, the handshake of the ghost inside the wires, a screeching digital seance to be a part of something that the soul desires. It is the sound of patience and of trust, a slow and stuttering and sacred art, the binary cathedral in the dust that built a kingdom for the lonely heart. First comes the dialing, patient and precise, each number a small step into the void. And then the hiss, the sound of rolling dice, a future being fashioned or destroyed. The squelch and pop, the shriek, the sudden drone, a conversation happening off stage. Two entities are meeting all alone, about to turn a new and empty page. You hold your breath, you wait for the release, the final satisfying clean connect. A sudden overwhelming sense promised to protect.
And it's a dial-up hymn, a hopeful grinding plea, the handshake of the ghost inside the wires, a screeching digital seance to be a part of something that the soul desires. It is the sound of patience and of trust, a slow and stuttering and sacred art, the binary cathedral in the dust that built a kingdom for the lonely heart.
We have forgotten what it means to wait for our connections to be slowly born. We live behind a frictionless fast gate
And treat the former magic with our scorn. But I remember that robotic prayer, that clumsy, hopeful and transcendent sound of reaching out into the empty air and knowing that an answer could be found. The final click, the welcome I am in. Let the new world, the slower world begin. The hymn is over, but the faith's within.
When I was a boy, I wore my father's frown, played the toughest teddy boy in a nowhere town, and built a wall so high nobody could get in. The first of all my costumes, the first of all my sins, just a mannequin standing in the rain, learning how to hide the pain again and again. Then the world got loud and I put on the glitter, the jester in the bright lights, the sarcastic and bitter, sang about the walrus and shouted for the peace, while the little boy inside me begged for a release, just a mannequin for everyone to see, selling them a photograph of what they thought was me. But when you look at me, the lights all disappear, the crowd all goes away, and the noise ain't so clear. I'm not the soldier
saint, just a man with a crack in his pain. Yeah, you see through the mannequin, you always do. The only one who's ever seen me is you. Tried to be a wise man, read the books and played the sage. Quoted all the gurus to rationalize my rage. Believed in revolutions and then believed in none. Just another costume for a mother's lonely son. Just a mannequin spouting what it's read, with all the angry tangled wires still buzzing in its head. But when you look at me, the lights all disappear. The crowd all goes away and the noise ain't so clear. I'm not the soldier or the singer or the saint, just a man with a crack in his pain. Yeah, you see through the mannequin, you always do. The only one who's ever seen me is you. No more costumes, no more playing tough. Being seen by you is enough. It's enough. Just this is enough. Yeah.
archives for the day. The Alabaster Archive of my mind. Slow climb to bring a hidden purpose into view. This piece of maple, silent in my hand, it holds the memory of wind and sun. A sleeping forest in a distant land. Before its second life had yet begun, my callous fingers read the grain and horror, a secret language, a familiar text, the future of a note to run a curl from this world waiting to create the next. And this is a theology of Tonewoods, a quiet faith in what the grain will yield, a search for all the dormant likelihoods, a forest kept and purposely concealed. I am a midwife to a sleeping soul. Give it leave to finally speak right now. The chisel whispers, peeling back the skin. The shavings fall like prayers upon the floor. I'm listening for the music held within, and knocking on a tightly sealed oak door. Each measurement, a verse in a slow creed. Each curve, a stanza in a silent hymn. I'm planting a resilient, hopeful seed upon a fragile and a hopeful limb. For this is not a science of the mind. It is a dialogue, a give and take.
This is a theology of Tonewoods, a quiet faith in what the grain will yield, a search for all the dormant likelihoods, a forest kept and purposely concealed. I am a midwife to a sleeping song. I am the keeper of a fragile vow to find the voice where it has been so long, and give it leave to finally speak right now. To take a thing that grew without a choice and give it one last everlasting roll, to lend the silent wood a human voice, and in the process find a human soul. The final string is tightened, taut and true. The bridge is set, the varnish has been dry. I draw the bow and something old and new awakens from the stillness deep inside. It is the first breath after the long sleep, a promise that the wood was meant to keep, a sound so beautiful it makes you weep, a secret from the deep, from the
We built it out of paperback books and coffee cups and rain, and late night conversations on a northbound rattling train. Its constitutions written in the margins of a song. Its borders are the private jokes where only we belong. It has no flag but for the color of your eyes in morning light. It has no anthem but the rhythm of your breathing in the night. This quiet country of our own, a fortress from the fray, where all the weary outside world just melts and falls away. And in this small republic of us two, we are the only citizens and laws. My hand knows the geography of you. I understand your syntax and your pause. It is a language spoken with no sound, a secret territory safe and deep, the only piece of truly holy ground, where all the promises we make we keep.
beside the lake. The tiny rooftop garden where we watch the morning break. Its history is catalog and ticket stubs and wine, and every knowing glance of yours that intersects with mine. We've mapped the quiet provinces of sorrow and of doubt. We've navigated passages we couldn't speak about. There is a trust that grows here like a patient ancient tree in the silent shared vernacular of you and only me. And in this small republic of us two, we are the only citizens and laws. My hand knows the geography of you. I understand your syntax and your pause. It is a language spoken with no sound, a secret territory safe and deep, the only piece of truly holy ground, where all the promises we make we keep. Let other people build their loud and glorious domains of monuments to victory and parades and sweeping rains. Ours is a smaller kingdom, but its borders are secure, and of its truth and constancy I am forever sure. The world can turn its seasons, it can rage and it can rust, but it cannot breach the borders of this fragile sacred trust. My home is not a place, but is the architecture of this quiet, perfect country, this republic of our love, this republic of us. The lamplight draws a theorem on the wall, a golden rhombus in the fading day. I watch the motes of evening rise and fall, and listen to what the shadows have to say. This room has learned the contours of my thought, the way I hold my breath when evening comes. Each object here a battle I have fought, the quiet treaty of my warring thumbs. The city hums its distant lonely drum, a lullaby for those who cannot sleep. I find a strange companionship alone, with secrets that the weary buildings keep. And in the geometry of silence I reside, between the angles of the moon and sun, where all the loud and anxious feelings hide, and all the frantic, desperate races run. There is a solace in this quiet art, a language spoken by the dust and light. It draws a a blueprint of my own true heart. Here in the silent architecture of the night. For the rain, each droplet traces paths I'll never know. A streetcar passes, a lament of pain, then leaves me to the soft and silver glow. I used to fill these spaces with the noise of hollow laughter and of meaningless debate, mistaking the cacophony for joys, and running from this solitary state. But now I find a richness in the pause, a hidden texture in the lack of sound, defying gravity's relentless laws on this untethered and most holy ground. And in the geometry of silence I reside, between the angles of the moon and sun, where all the loud and anxious feelings hide, and all the frantic, desperate races run. There is a solace in this quiet art, a language spoken by the dust and light. It draws a blueprint of my own true heart, here in the silent architecture of the night. For in the stillness everything is clear, the ghost of who I was and want to be, the frantic pleading of my former fear, dissolves into a quiet mystery. The room shrinks, the lamplight starts to fade, the theorem's proven for another day. A quiet truce with all my ghosts is made. The shadows fold their weary wings away, and the architecture stands serene and vast. A silence built, a silence meant to last. The family's gone to their respective sleeps, each one a vessel on a private sea. And now the house a different promise keeps, a quiet conversation just for me. The day's loud, frantic energy is spent, the floorboards settle with a tired sigh. It is a new and calmer continent beneath a silent and domestic sky. The refrigerator starts a steady hum, a mantra for the turning of the earth. The plumbing sings a strange hydraulic drum of some forgotten domestic sleeping fire. This is the time the building comes alive and tells the stories that the day forgets. A secret world in which the watchful thrive, with no beginnings and with no regrets. A car goes by, its headlights sweep the wall. A fleeting, ghostly, cinematic scene. I listen to the traffic's rise and fall, and all the silent spaces in between. The central heating clicks and starts to knock. A metallurgic and familiar friend. It pays no mind to the indifferent clock on which the daylight hours all depend. I am the keeper of this fragile peace, the sole inhabitant of this strange hour. I am the witness to the slow release of the foundation's geologic power. And I can hear the breathing of the house, the slow respiration of the wooden wire, as quiet as a field mouse. It tends its own domestic sleeping fire. This is the time the building comes alive and tells the stories that the day forgets. A secret world in which the watchful thrive, with no beginnings and with no regrets. To be the one who listens in the dark, to know the rhythm of the joist and beam, to find a comfort in the maker's mark, and guard the safety of the shared deep dream. But soon the birds will start their silver call. The first faint light will touch the window pane. The house will draw a breath and stand up tall and put its daytime armor on again. The spell is broken, the communion's past, the quiet kingdom was not meant to last. The watch is over, the die is cast. I'll keep the secret locked away and fast.
folded crisp and put away. Blue is bruised and deepening to black. The shops have pulled their shutters on the day, a point from which there is no turning back. And one by one the sentinels await the quiet and rehearsed electric boom. For no one's and for everybody's sake, they push against the universal gloom. They cast a lonely amber-tinted stain on empty benches and the silent road. They make a sacrament of mist and rain and share the burden of the city's load. And this is a nocturne in sodium light, a quiet opera for the sleeping town, a steadfast and unassuming gentle night that watches as the world is shutting down. They draw a circle, a temporary stage for moths to dance, for lovers to pass through. They turn a blank, an ordinary page, into a scene of melancholy hue.
They see the last bus sigh and pull away. They see the fox step lightly from the park. They watch the sweepers wash the grime away and leave a clean and glistening silver mark. They do not judge the hurried or the lost, the stumbling drunk, the early morning shift. They simply stand their ground and count the cost of the slow, planetary, endless drift. They are the keepers of the space between the final weary closing of the bar and the first hopeful, fragile, milky sheen of morning's pale and indecisive star. And this is a nocturne in sodium light, a quiet opera for the sleeping town, a steadfast and unassuming gentle night that watches as the world is shutting down. They draw a circle, a temporary stage for moths to dance, for lovers to pass through. They turn a blank, an ordinary page, into a scene of melancholy hue. To be a witness, constant and serene, to all the private, lonely human things, to know the drama of the great unseen, the quiet hope a single headlight brings. But soon the sky will start to blush and fade. Their work is done, their purpose starts to cease. A silent and
some quotidian crusade, surrendering to a more brilliant peace. The hum is gone, the amber turns to white. Good morning to the sun and to the light. Good night. Good night.
A giant's hand upon a secret door. I feel the faded texture of the wall, a map of places that exist no more, that corners where I hid when I was sad,
patient breath. I am a ghost in my own photograph, an anachronism, a trick of the light, divided from myself by more than half a day, divided from its former night. And oh, the altitude of childhood's thin, a dizzying and distant atmosphere. The person I am now can't breathe back in the simple, weightless way of living here. The world was taller then, the days were long. I was a native in this tiny land. Now everything feels slightly, strangely wrong. A language I no longer understand. You think you leave a place, but it remains and keeps a perfect copy of your soul. It holds your former joys, your former pains, and keeps you in a way forever whole. The pencil marks are fading on the wood, a silent testament to time's slow art. I leave the room as I now know I should. A finished story with a brand new start. I close the door on who I used to be at a new height, and finally I'm free. But he is not, and he is part of me.
The river's still asleep, a sheet of gray. The sun a rumor on the eastern hill. I start the engine, watch the black smoke stray, and break the water's cold and perfect will. The first ones come with coffee in their hand. Their faces still are soft and creased with dreams. They're leaving their domestic gentle land for all the city's frantic hurried stream. They do not speak, they stare out at the mist. A quiet congregation lost in thought, a brief and silent shared armistice before the daily battles must be fought. And I am the ferryman of the in-between, the captain of the first and last boat home. I know the quiet poetry of the scene, the lonely souls who travel on the foam. This is a liminal and sacred space, a temporary truce, a brief reprieve. I see the truth upon each sleeping face, the things they've lost, the things they still believe.
outstrip the turning of the tide. They come aboard with a surrendered sigh, with all the city's burdens held inside. Their shoulders slump, their collars are undone. They watch the distant glittering ray of office lights go out now one by one. The closing arguments of a long day. They look for their own light across the bay. A single window in the coming night. The weary actors of a finished play, returning from the artificial light. And I am the ferryman of the in-between, the captain of the first and last boat home. I know the quiet poetry of the scene, the lonely souls who travel on the foam. This is a liminal and sacred space, a temporary truce, a brief reprieve. I see the truth upon each sleeping face, the things they've lost, the things they still believe. To carry people from one world to next, to be the only constant in their ride, to know the chapter but not read the text, and watch the slow, relentless turning tide. The ropes are tied, the engine's cut and clean. The last one leaves a shadow in the dark. Another day of ferrying the in-between. I'm a lonely shepherd for a fragile ark. The boat just waits, it knows its only role, to carry body and to rest the soul, to make them for a moment almost whole.
steady rhythm I have learned by silence that the first cold morning brings. I'm counting assets that are turning frail. This temporary warmth upon my skin, it is a beautiful and quiet failure. The solemn sacred ending from within. The spider webs once hidden now appear, adorned with dew like chandeliers of grief. They are a map of all we held so dear, made visible and brilliant in their breeze. In shining moment on the windowsill, a fallen leaf, a harbinger of brown. The air is not yet cold, but holds a chill of conversations. We are slowing down. You pour the coffee and you smile at me, and nothing's wrong and everything's the same, but I can feel the changing of the key, a minor chord inside my major claim, and I am now the auditor of August, taking notes on all the fading things, on the weary patina of the dust and the silence that the first cold morning brings. I'm counting assets that are turning frail. This temporary warmth upon my skin, it is a beautiful and quiet failure. The solemn sacred ending from within. Decay is not a sudden, violent act. It is a slow and delicate retreat. It is the space between the truth and fact, the bitter hiding in the overly sweet. The sun is lower than it was before. The birds are practicing a new goodbye. I will not bolt the windows, lock the door. I'll just bear witness as the greens all die. The audit's done, the fiscal year is closed, and what is left is quieter than snow. The truth we've privately long since supposed. It's how the warmest seasons have to go.
bridge at sunset where the river splits the town. The light is just as beautiful as it's cascading down, but the colors feel diluted like a story told twice told. A warmth that I can witness, but a warmth I cannot hold. You are the missing frequency in the traffic's steady hum. The silence in the alley where the stray cats used to come. You're in the architecture, in the cracks upon the stone. The reason why this crowded city feels so starkly all alone. And I'm living in a city of last year, haunted by the ghost of everything. I hear your laughter like ringing in my ear, the phantom of a song the birds won't sing. This present tense is just a fragile thin veneer on streets that hold a different time and place. I am a tourist of a life that's no longer here, searching for a city I can't erase. They say you can't go home again, but what if home was you? Not a location on a map, but a particular view. And now that you are gone, I am a stranger to it all, waiting for a winter that has already had its fall.
The evening settles in now, a blanket dark and deep. I've memorized a city that my memory cannot keep. It flickers and it fades away, a slowly dying fire.